think this will work.
Waar sla je om?
Gewoon.
Het spies is soms op.
Hi Eva, welcome. Hi Mia, welcome. How I'm doing today? Well, I had a rough day already. I will go into that in a minute. Hi Angie. And I'm also a bit late. I was going to be here an hour ago, but I wanted to finish my row finish on 360 degrees of cats and dogs, so that's why I'm a bit later. Bit moving. Nog eens daar. Hi Fancy Pants. Welkom, welkom. Hi Samantha and hi Coralie. So, today the live stream for a new start. I promised it yesterday in my live stream, but like I said, I'm an hour late. But it's okay, it's okay. My husband is working, so it's okay. This is a new start. Born of Clover and Color. It's the limited edition of this month. I think it's only available until the 15th of April anymore, so yeah, then it's gone. This is artwork by Katrina Bear, and it's the regular, so 490 by 650 as stitch count with 90 colors. As usual, I'm stitching this on 25 count even weave, 1/1 full cross. So, and I did a bit of gridding when I prepared my fabric this week. So yeah, I spun the wheel earlier for the whole week, so I knew it was a new start for this week, scheduled. Hi, multi-stitcher. She's saying, hi Siske, everyone, congratulations on the row finish. Yes, it's beautiful. Do you want to see that one first? I just put it away, otherwise I need to ask my daughter to pick it up again, and otherwise it's for my floss tube. Whatever you want. Yeah. I'm also going to stitch this with my master set, so it will be done in Royal Broderie floss. I just had to pick up a new color for my stash. So, yeah. A bit. Eva wants to see it. Now you have normally a full view of my fountain. I need to ask her. Where is she going? Xantia? Wil je nog een keer 360 graden pakken? Yeah, she will bring it. She just had to put it away before we start. But I'm so excited with that row finish. It was a goal for me to get to the other corner this year, so I'm very, very excited with that. Thank you. here it is. This part you already saw. Now it's from close up, so a bit further away trying. So this part you already knew. And then this is the final left corner. So yeah, it's fun. I cannot get it in the full view at once, apparently. But it's really fun that I found my other corner. So yeah, I'm very, very happy. Here was the cat with the pink bow tie. Then here was another dog. A Labrador, I think. And then here was the husky. Yeah, I was really hoping this year to get to the other corner, even with the full page, but that will not be possible. So the next time it comes up, it comes out of the closet, it will be stitched in the next row. Until we are even with these pages. So yeah, hopefully to complete that part mostly. What helped here with this first row of blocks was the fact that you are stitching different things. Like I said, a part of the cat, then a part of the dog. And I think it's even other paw. Yeah, I should check the chart. It's possible it's a paw of the cat and the dog is behind it. Yeah. So I'm very happy with this. That helped with this row method. I really was skeptical before I did this method, the typewriter method, and one row of blocks, because it's a long way to go to the other corner. But now I'm doing it on most of my whips. It makes me happy. So that's what I'm doing with the new one too. I just said the advantage of that. Just putting it here away. The disadvantage is that you have to move your frame a lot. So back to this one. I'm not having enough space, eh? So I was very excited. And now you see the fountain again, there. So, trying to get better in the positioning. It will be mostly dark colors now for the next one, the new start. It starts with a darker edge here. It's just background, so not too much detail yet, but and a lot of green, I know. It's not that I'm not aware it will be a lot of green, but I explained it in my floss tube video. She is for me a girl of March because of St. Patrick's Day, and my oldest son was almost born on St. Patrick's Day. I was even in the hospital and they sent me home, and yeah, the next day he came. So yeah, even she's a girl, she's special to me. And even she's green. I do know I don't like green, but she's special. Yeah. So the first color I need to stitch is 640. And then I have cats who want to change rooms. So I was also late today because I had doctor appointments with my son and my daughter and my husband. So yeah. And also I did get a vaccination myself. So we went with 4 to the doctor today. That took a lot of time. Oh, what's the time at your place, Jessie? Jessie was going to start with me today. But I was, yeah, like I said, it's for me 11:30 almost. So already night. PM in the evening. 5:30 PM. I guess. Oh, a full evening for you. But I am here because my husband is working. He needs to work until 3 AM. So it was like, it's still Easter break and I can do that. Yeah. Yes, in England it's 1 hour later, so no. 1 hour early. Is it 1 hour later or earlier? Yeah, but Mia is in Finland, wasn't it? So that's possible, it's 1 hour later there. So I'm going to stitch again from right to left, as I'm usual doing. See, it was Finland. I just remembered. So I thought I will stitch and wait until he's home because I'm a bit worried about him. He was complaining about his knee already a couple of times and he was taking painkillers and I was like, why don't you go to a doctor? And he's like, I don't need one. And I was like, okay, you are off today in the afternoon, so you can go to see a doctor. So I made an appointment, so he had to go. And then she took some blood to check and his knee, and he also got a vaccination. I would say for tetanus, but yeah. Yeah, Jessie will start on the left top corner and I'm the right top corner, so the opposite corner. Yeah, so Monday we will know the results of his blood work. But his knee was not that bad. He got also it was not a vaccination, an injection in his knee. And he's now, what is it called? Wearing a bandage on his knee. But she's also said he would need to rest. And he was like, I'm going to work. Because he would now have a bit more pain because of the injection. And yeah. Yeah, this is a typewriter method again. But it's the typewriter method with choosing the symbols from right to left in a 10 by 10 block from top to bottom. And this color is, mostly this block already. So I think I will finish my thread in this first block now. Aha. Jessie says I will be doing the same thing, but starting just the opposite corner. So that will be fun to see how we are stitching towards together. And I also bought a new line cup today from the Cross Stitch Studio. It was released. The chart. For me is the goal on this one 500 stitches today. Yeah, even this night. And then I call it a good day of stitching. So like I said, I am worried about Mr. Yeah, how would we call him? Mr. Siske? It seems odd, but yeah. Oh, what did you work on today, Mia? Yeah, you're now in bed, so you already have stitched. I'm your sleep whisperer then. Oh. I can talk you into sweet dreams. 8 whips today? 8? What? Then you are an alien. 8 whips. This is my second one. Eight whips. Two. That's 3. 800 stitches on each. That would be lovely. 800 stitches on each. So that would be 6,400 stitches. That would be marvelous. But no, it's 100 stitches on each, except for mini towers got 341. So it's 1,041 stitches for today. Wow, you did a great job. When I have my 500 stitches done here, I did 1100. And I already know which one I will work on tomorrow. Like I said, I already spun the wheel for the whole week. So tomorrow I have my daughter as focus whip. So coloring book afternoon with the markers. The ball with the markers. That's confetti heavy. Yeah, I hope so too. And oh, macaroni. The confectionery kitty there. The cat with the macaroons. So that's not really confetti. It's just soft pink colors. I think his blood results will be fine, but I'm worried about his knee. She said it would be arthrose. So yeah. Hi, Tiny Stitches. Massively Tiny Stitches. Maltese Stitcher says, thanks for your live chat. Siske, this is a motivation for me to stitch as my sister has been admitted to the hospital since she has been involved in a bad accident. She's pregnant. Oh no. What happened? Was it a car accident? And how far is she in the pregnancy? That's yeah. Shocking news. I hope she will be fine, and the baby too. And the waiting on news and information, that's the worst part. So not knowing what's happening. Hi, busy mom. Welcome. Oh, it's a car accident and she's starting her third trimester. We still do not know the condition of the baby. Well, my doctor once said babies are very strong in the belly. You almost need to kill the mother to kill a baby. So we think the best of this and the baby will be fine. So as long as the mother is okay, the baby would be fine too. Eh? We hope and pray for the best. Yeah. And maybe this green lady, maybe it's a girl too, who knows, brings her luck. Is it a clover? It should be, yeah. Here, clover. Ah, here, on her head. So maybe she brings some luck. And if it's a girl, it will be lucky. It will give luck. Yeah. And green is also the color of hope, I guess. I think my son once told me that green is a color of hope and life. So we will pray and hope all will be fine. Then this. Yeah, this block is almost done with that color. And I still have not the end of my thread. I skipped a block. Yeah. And then I'm coming here and going up. So I wouldn't waste my floss. I could go back to the I could go back to the top immediately, but then I waste floss. So I prefer to stitch to the top. And I try to stitch and use all of my length of my floss, so I don't have much leftovers. Even sometimes I play thread the chicken. Two. Oh, Busy Mom Stitches says, I got to go. Sorry, my daughter's phone died, so we got to go get her a new one. Oh, yeah, I would say happy shopping, but yeah. It's like an instant buy, so it's not always fun. Yeah. I mostly paid a lot on the pharmacy today. My blood medication, my medication for my blood pressure, then some nose spray for my children, then my husband with his brace bandage for his knee. What was it all? The iodium tablets for my daughter. So I paid a lot there. And also I did and some new shower, I would say shower soap, but it's based on oil for my husband. So yeah. And then also some stuff for the school trips already that they would take. So yeah, a lot of money just for pharmacy. Yeah, so that's 1, 2, 2, there. $38.61 is my next color. And I only have 4 colors in one block, so that's nice. After a confetti whip, it's nice to have something like that. And I also bought a lot of pet food and cat litter. I also bought new food for my oldest cats because I found like they had it difficult with their normal food. And then now I bought senior food for them. So that's probably not too bad for their stomach. So yeah. It's a lot of money, but we know we need to pay that for them. And we do that, so... Was it today that Raja visited on my lap? Or was it yesterday? I forgot. No, I think it was yesterday evening he came. For food. He's getting his old habits back and... yeah, just ignore me. But he's still doing great with his health, so that's awesome. Uh, oh, that's not a color. Select it. Eva says, I had to get soap for my surgery. I hate it. It dries out my skin. Oh, okay. And Katie says, hi Siske, it's been a while since I've watched you stitch. I'm working on long dogs today. I really like the colors on this new start. And which long dog sampler are you working on? I think that's what you mean with the long dogs. They have different projects, of course. And the soap for my husband is because he has a sort of skin disease from when he was young. And he has a very dry skin, so he needs to oil his skin to help him. But he's always like, I don't need it. I don't need to do that. It's all okay. I'm fine. I'm just keep going to work and that's it. And like, no, just go to the doctor. Sometimes he's just like a baby. Yeah, you need to make an appointment and just grab him and take him. Ah, I forgot to mark off some stitching. Raja? Now he would go fight with Shadow. That's also his new habit now. Mia says, I'm off. My eyes don't want to stay open. Happy stitching and good night. When night comes around to yours. Good night, sweet dreams, and yeah, I would say happy stitching for tomorrow. Three. I have a knot. Just pull and it's gone. Oh, it was the same side. This block goes fast because it's only 4 colors. So now this has all the stitches that needed in this block. I have one stitch here, so I will stitch that one because it's only one stitch in that block. That's very close. There's one stitch more but at the bottom, so I'm not going to stitch that one. I skipped that. And then I will check for the next closest stitch. I think it will be here at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Otherwise, I need to go to the top and then I cross a whole block. So I'm going again from the bottom to the top stitching. And so far, I didn't need to park yet because, yeah, it's a lot of stitching in one color and I just can't finish my thread. I think when I start Cozy Winter Boot Nook Sunday, it will be something else. So I already made my way to the top. so I'm there already. Now I can just make my way down again. I prefer to stitch from bottom to top, as I'm used to. I have some whips that I started in the middle and I don't like it. So I am thinking if I can go to the top of those whips and stitch there. But then it will be in the middle of the top probably. So yeah, I also don't want to make mistakes. I still hear some TV upstairs and I said they need to go to bed. Yeah, she doesn't have her phone with her. Rihor,
Ja.
het is slaaptijd voor u en uw zus.
Ah, oké.
So, that's done. It's teenagers, eh? You need to phone them so they know they need to go to bed. Hi, Susan. Welcome. Katie says, I worked on Saga this morning and I'm working on Ragnarok now. I'm almost done with Saga. I'm on the last arc. Oh, that will be beautiful. I once started a lot of long door samplers, but my children don't love them, so I just dropped them. But they're beautiful. Oh, Susan says, I missed the notification since my phone is muted after 11. Yes, I was later than I had planned. Did you try your own live stream today? Oh, it worked. Great. And if you had fun, it's the best thing. Oh, Janine. Great. Like yesterday with Yogi. With my ceiling story. Ah, Susan says, I figured out to put the camera under the magnifier. That's great. I will still need to see what we are stitching. And what did you work on? What whip did you stitch on your life? I know you said me the channel name and I forgot to write it down, and I was thinking about it today and I said, oh no, I forgot the name. Otherwise you need to message the name on Facebook, then I will know it. Ah, Nico, damn, damn that I missed that one. But it's probably still as replay available. Ah, yeah, now I remember, yeah. Spinning yarns designs. I will write it down, otherwise I will forget again. Yeah, and the replay is there, so then we will watch that later on. Not today. So, spinning yarns designs. Nah, now I can't forget anymore. Eva says, I love long dog samplers. I just bought 3 more. Yeah, my children call them, not to be offensive, tablecloths. So they really don't like them. And that's the reason I don't stitch them. It's not my opinion, it's their opinion. Susan says, most of the time I was talking to myself. I have premium on the screen name, so that's why I watch lives with the screen name. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I also have premium account. Otherwise, I only see advertisements. Forest Stitcher, welcome, says, I want to stitch, but my heart is not in it as my husband's mother passed at 2:30 this morning. So the next best thing is watching you stitch. I'm so sorry for your loss. That's a lot to take in. And then a lot that needs to be prepared and papers and that stuff. It's not fun. So sorry for your loss. Eva says, I talk to myself all the time, Susan. My husband thinks I have an invisible friend. Yeah. Invisible friend. Yeah. But sometimes it's difficult to know what to talk about. Yeah, I have my life, I have my children, my pets, but other than that, I don't have a job as I talk about. So stitching, and that's it mostly. That Stitch you will hear singing. It's his night song. Come, Stitch. Yeah, even if I go to the supermarket here, they ask me about my husband. Not how are you doing? It's always my husband. So see, that's the life stuff. Or when he's coming back to work here. He swapped supermarkets in the village. So now they keep asking me when he will be there again. I'm just his secretary. 3860. This looks much darker than I'm stitching it. The real life color is very light. I'm listening upstairs if they are going to sleep. The television is off, so yeah, I think so they will sleep. Susan says, I got tired of confetti and switched to stitching 3865 for a bit of block stitching. Is it on the Heetzaal or still on the Nico Hotel? Maybe it's the white cat then. A self-forest stitcher asks me, what kind of self-threading needle do you have? It's just a ballpoint needle. This, like, I have two, but it's just ballpoint needles I stitch, and I don't use any needle threader to, thread them. I just use my hands. And this is my snag nabbit. So when you have a piece of thread hanging like here, you just pull it to the back. Mostly used in knitting. Yeah, I love ballpoint needles. This one is a bit older, you see? It's more not suit anymore. Smooth. Yeah. It's used a lot. And I like the size. It's, what is this? 37? Yeah, this should be 37. And my 28 needle is, on 28 count, it's 34. So it's a bit smaller. Hi, Diane. Welcome. Eva says, I can't take my husband anywhere where he doesn't know someone. Oh, it's frustrated, I think. I saw someone from school in the waiting room at the doctor's. A nice friend of us. And then she was talking about her new bag she bought and her new shoes, and then about the little one, his moving school. So it was fun. And the doctor said, "Oh, it's a fun here." And I said, "Yes, we know each other." And it was really funny when she said, "Oh, my doctor is here." And I said, "It's your doctor?" Oh. As in, he's mine, but not really. Bye. So that color is here done. Oh, here one more. Yeah, I need to make a decision. Here I have this color again, but then I need to park a lot further away. So I'm going to park under here in this block because it's just closer and I wouldn't waste a lot of threads. So I will just here add a new thread. Yep, it's the new limited edition. It's this one. Bone of Clover and Color by Katrina Bear, and only a couple of days still available. This image is not best printed. It has lines all over it, but it's okay. So then we go to the final color of that block. Oh yeah, I need to add my parking symbol. My shortcut. It's the first I park, so yeah. It is a sweet chart. Next color is 3022. So now I will start from the bottom because my other stitches are here on the top. And otherwise, if I go from bottom to top, then I need to make my way up again, and this is just easier. Yes, Forest Stitches says, I want to get that pattern so badly, going to have to make my decision soon. Yes, because it's only for until 5 more days left, 4 days now. It's 11th already for me. So then there's a new one coming. And it's available in 3 sizes. The mini, the regular and super sized. I was thinking of the super sized. I really was. But yeah, you know, I already have a lot of whips. So I thought, okay, just take the regular one. It's even still 318,500 stitches. So, yeah. Diane says, I only have 13 whips and that's about all I can handle. Yeah. What can I say about that? I love new starts. It makes me feel happy. And then you end up with a bunch of new starts and then it's always growing and growing. And yeah. I love also my variety and the possibility of just saying, oh, I want to work on this one today, so I swap it. I swap my whips. Even I'm using my wheel now, my candy wheel. How many was there on it? I think 35 now. that I'm spinning. And I still want to add more, but I'm not doing it so far. I have still some new starts on my wish list. But yeah, I need to draw up, yeah. I need to say no sometimes. DM says, oh, I still buy charts. Hope springs eternal that I will get to all of them. Yeah, I have a lot of charts too. I still bought one today. The new one from the cross stitch studio. And I'm thinking when I will stitch that. It's the baby lion cup. Yeah, it's not very far from this chart. Oh. It's this one. I bought this one. How can I say no to this one? Not. How can I refuse it? Not. And I really want to start it because I don't have a lion. As a cat whip. Didn't you notice that yet? I don't have a lion yet. I have a lot of cats, and I have a leopard and a white tiger and a panther, but not a lion. So yeah, and a lot of tigers too, of course. Yeah. So why not? It's not that big. As in, I thought it was like 50 by 70 centimeter fabric. So that's okay. It's not that big. And now I forgot where I was. But it's not all the starting stuff. It's just I want to keep going on them, but I don't want to neglect my older ones too. Forest Stitches says, okay, I just purchased it. Thank you for enabling me. What did you buy? The girl or the lion? Ah, the girl, yeah. It's a beautiful chart. And a limited edition, so yeah. Eva says, I've been working on 11 focus whips so far. I have a couple hundred more. Lol. I worked on 40 whips, I think, this year so far. But I had really bad stitching months in January, February because of all this stuff. Yeah. So I'm trying to catch up a bit. Eva says, I thought about that one too, but I told myself not yet. The girl, it's almost gone, eh? If you're talking about the girl or the lion, I don't know. But the girl is almost gone. Because she's limited edition. Just saying. And she really was hunting me, so I had to buy her. Laurie asks, how do you back up your progress in case something happens to your tablets? I lost all my progress when my tablet died. So yes, indeed. Susan asked Saga or Pattern Keeper because that's the difference. And Diane says export progress to something like Dropbox regularly. Indeed. With Pattern Keeper, I save it when I'm done with my stitching session. So when I'm done with this stitching session, I will save my progress only on my, what is it called? Google Drive. That's what I'm doing. And for Saga even, I don't use it a lot, so I didn't save a lot there yet. Yeah, now it's correct. Susan says, I save on Google Drive as well. I find it easier to do. And Dan says, I gotta go. Supper is ready. Okay. Have fun, everyone. Have a great meal. Enjoy. And happy stitching, Diane. Thank you for being here. Forest Stitcher says, I have 24 whips going. Told myself I wouldn't get over 20 again. But with everything going on, I just want to start everything. Yep. Yep, that's also my thing. We had several passings, and then it makes you wonder the time on earth we have. So you have to use the time all we need and to do the stuff that makes us happy. That's my reason behind all my starts too, I guess. As in, seize the day. Susan says, in Saga there are a few ways you can do it. Actually, plan on doing a little tutorial. I just did a different one yesterday. Okay, thank you. Then I will watch. And Eva says, no, the lion. Ah, yeah, to get it. Or you just bought it. Yeah. The lion is really great too. But if you have to choose between the girl and the lion, then I would take the girl because the lion is still longer available. And if not, you can buy both. That's easier. And I'm still waiting on my library of cats supersized Max colors. So when that one is released, I hope I get a message from someone. It's there. Or if I didn't seen it before, that I can buy it immediately. Susan says, the last tutorial I did, I showed how to export this to Saga files. You might check that one out. I mentioned how to save for progress, but I didn't show that. Okay, that's great. Yeah. And Susan also says, I will do a tutorial on saving progress on Sunday. That's great. I will watch it, definitely. Yeah, it's like this. That's on my other channel, Spinning Yarn Designs. Yeah, I wrote it down in my book. In my little book. So now you will find it. Thank you. Oh, I still need to buy some balloons also and some candles for my birthday son on Monday. Don't forget that, Mom. I wouldn't dare, Eva. I wouldn't dare. I'm just saying what the facts are. I'm not trying to enable you. I'm just saying if you need to choose between those two, don't wait for the girl because she will be gone in 4 days. And the lion is just released, so longer available than within 4 days. But I really admire all the people who can say, I just stitch on 10 whips this year, and they really do it. How? Laurie says, Sis, I think you will need the 9 lives of a cat to get all your whips done. Love watching. No, not really. Because all what I buy, I mostly ask my children what they love, what they don't love. And it's also their legacy, as they were saying, they are telling me, when you are gone, we are just going to finish it. So that's the reason why I always ask their opinion about whips, new charts, and yeah. So even I cannot finish it, it's my legacy for them. And if they want to finish it, great. Susan says, I'm trying to decide if I want to stick with Max Collar regular size Kitschy Kitchen or do super size Max Collar. Yeah, you know what I would say, don't you? I was called the queen of supersized Max Collar. And especially with Amy Stewart. Her designs. So, yeah. Next color is 640 again. And then we can fill in this block. I think I touched the camera or removed it by accident. And again, I have a cat on my lap. It's Milou. I don't have a lot an empty lap. So I guess Jessie will be stitching this one too at the moment now, after her dinner. The left top corner. But this width was 490 stitches. So it's almost 5,000 stitches to go to the other corner. So if you would say I do this each week, I work on this each week, I'm not going to do. But if you would say I do this each week, it's 10 weeks and then you get to the other corner. Almost around 10 weeks with 500 stitches weekly. That's almost 3 months. Almost 3 months. That's why I admire Anne, the Max Color Stitcher, a lot. Because I would say she only has, was it 20 whips? And she can rotate between them. She has beautiful whips with a lot of progress already on it. And then I have me with 250 whips and with a bit of progress on all of them. Yeah, people are different. But I'm trying, I do my best. Because I still have my biggest whips for my children. Kingdom is already 4. Then the 4 secondary focus whips is 8. So it's not that bad. Did I see weekly 8 the same whips? I mean, not 8. 6. 4 each week, and the other 4 are like bi-weekly. So yeah. Susan says, I think I have 11 full coverages and then around that on non-full coverages. So 22 then in total. I tried to narrow it down like 25 whips on my wheel, and it wasn't enough. I still miss some whips. I still miss my kids. So not in kids as children, but kids as projects with the T. So yeah. Susan says I do have quite a few that are close to finish on those non-full coverages. Wow. Yeah, and I don't like finishes. Because then you have to say goodbye to your piece that you have shown such much love. Like I finished what was it called? Tommy, the dog with his yellow boots for my daughter. I still miss it. It's in her room, but I don't see it anymore. So for me it's gone. And they're still chatting upstairs, eh? They're not sleeping. Susan says, I really struggled after I finished my Unicorn Valley last year. Because you missed it? Or because you finished it? Or what was the struggle about it? Does it hang on your wall already? I think that because I had only focused on that for like 3 months, that when that was over, I felt like I didn't know what I needed to do. Yeah, I can understand that feeling. I really can understand it. Even I'm not a monogamous teacher. Massively Tiny Stitches says, I get that feeling though because I give most of mine away. Yep. I think that is the main reason. But even the ones I have on my wall, like I have a cat and I have Miss Pippa on my wall, I see them daily and it's still like, yeah, they are done. They are like a child of me that's gone. That's like moving out. And this is the first year I'm feeling like for Kingdom I'm not doing great as I'm supposed to do. But yeah, it's life. I really thought Rainbow Tiger would be the first one, the as biggest finish then on my wall. And I think it will be Kingdom. Susan says I started playing Milestone Manor, but I am lazy about just checking off milestones. Oh yeah. I tried such a lot of games, Monopoly and all that stuff. And I'm now feeling okay, I'm okay with my wheel. Just keep it simple, just do your rotation and it's done. Not to keep track of all that stuff. It's difficult enough. Massively Tiny Stitcher says I have the impulse to frame them unfinished so that I can have the feeling of maybe I will go back. I don't always want that phase of my life to be over. Oh, okay. That's something new for me. As soon as I'm doing the stitches for it, but then not even paying attention to the milestones. But it's to know if you have, what was it called? Oh, it's this the things with the tears. Milestone points hit or headstones. If you take a hit with your milestones because you didn't met them. It was something like that. I have already a lot on my plate with, like I said, with life, children, planning, 3 schools. That I'm like, stitching needs to be easy. Yeah, hit points, yeah. So, spin your reel, do your stitching. Even with this, I don't need to decide which symbol is next. I just go what's next to it. I don't need to decide anything. I filled in the gaps. So, easy thinking. Susan says, I like my rotation like Anne does. With your milestone manner then. Or like also the wheel. It took a while to adjust to this rotation. But now I love it. So I think it's something that you need to try a bit longer and then you feel it's just growing on you. Forest Stitches says, I have to go and run my youngest to an event. Have a good time and can hardly wait to see how far you get. Have fun. Thank you for being here and joining us. And happy stitching. See you again another time, hopefully. Susan says the wheel and 500 stitches. Yeah. So, Anne adapted her 1,000 stitches because of me, because I did the 500. So that's a bit of, yeah, would say my influence. Before she did 1,000 stitches and then swapped whips. And now she has her secondary focus rotation with 2,000 stitches. That was new. Susan says, I first started with 1,000 stitches after first watching her videos, and then when she switched to 500, I thought if she can do it, I can do it. Of course. You can. For me, she is, how would I call her? A teacher, a coach, a motivator. Yeah, I'm impressed with how she does it. She works full time. She's single mom, and she still can get a lot of stitches in each week. I'm really impressed. Yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, you know that I'm a fan. And you and Suzanne, so you and Anne has the same amount of whips. So yeah, around the same amount. I think she has almost 22. So yeah, that works. Of course. I'm just a bit stubborn because I have more whips, I guess. Some of them are calling a lot, others are like, okay, you can leave me here. I can wait in this, was it like Jen calls it, the closet of despair. And others are like, oh no, I want to be stitched. Susan says, I do love leather chocolate shop on Saturdays. I had other Amy pieces, but I decided not to continue with them, so I only have that one right now. Why? She has beautiful whips. And what others are you not continuing? I'm shocked. I always want to start more of her artwork. Like, I still have my ceiling issue there with the little cake shop. And my traveling library supersize Max Color. I requested it and it even didn't start it yet because of the biggest size. Susan says, I had a quick stitch of Pride and Prejudice, but I didn't like how the 10 stitch looked. And then I started traveling library. I didn't like the fabric. Oh, yeah, okay. Those are good reasons. But then I would say just restart them. Massively Tiny Stitches says, I swear it must be something about the spring. I just started a new project really early this morning. Which one? And Susan says, later on the year, I'm going to start a winter cookie party. I have it started. I have 300 or 200 stitches in it. And it's just not, yeah, in my rotation now. Because I had to cut down. See the issue? I had to cut down on my whips. Allez, Pelle. And I cannot stitch on only Amy Stewart pieces. That would not be fair to my other cats and dog stuff. As Susan says, and I still want to do Kitschy Kitchen. With the cookie party was the chart I got for finishing Unicorn Valley. Oh yeah, I remember, yeah. So yeah, it needs to be started. I took, was it Once Upon a Fairy Tale Supersize Max Color into my wheel. And sometimes I think even if I put my SSMCs on my wheel, they don't get enough stitches in a year because they will get 6,000 stitches on a year. So that's not a lot. But then I'm thinking it's better that they cut some stitches instead of nothing. So that's the reason why they are still on it. Even they are 700,000 stitches and more. Yeah, Stargazer says, hello Stitchy Pals, Siske, what size needle are you using? It looks longer than the standard 26-28 tapestry needle. Yes, these are ballpoint needles size 37. And for my 28 count I use 34. Always ballpoint needles. Massively Tiny Stitches says, I don't remember yet. I made a video though. Does that count? Then I don't need to remember. What you don't remember? Your new start. From this morning. Oh, that would be a disaster, eh? If you started it this morning and you don't remember. Or it can also be an excuse. So if you don't know you did a new start, you can start more because you didn't remember you started one. Yeah, it can be a really good excuse. Ah, it's a Leonid Avrimov. Yeah, he has beautiful artwork too. Sad he's not longer with us. And it's a good thing his artwork is still available. To stitch. Yeah, this will be my last stitch. I have not enough floss. So that's that. I needed to sneeze, sorry. $612 is the next color. Stargazer says, Siske, who makes ballpoint needles? I have big hand for girl. These little needles suck. Lol, bless you. Yeah, it's not really a brand. I bought them from a shop in the Netherlands and that's it. So they don't have a brand. And I wouldn't stitch without them. Yeah. All the needles I have here, unless on Ada, I don't stitch with my ballpoint needles. Then I use the needles that come with my kits. Like this one. That's a normal size. So, see? This is one from a kit. And this is one I'm stitching with. So, it's a bit longer. Can you see that? So, this part is longer. Maybe like this. Yeah, half centimeter longer. They are just called in the shops ballpoint needles. Not really a brand here, so maybe in other shops it's different. They are not cheap. I pay like €2 for one needle. And like my needle minders, I have a full board of needle minders. Really, I'm not exaggerating, but I only use my dragons. I paid like €40 for one needle minder of these. I have 7 of them. Like the pink one, the bee one. Some I got as gift for my husband. This one. Do I have them all here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One is on the whip. The rainbow one. And I think it's the light one that's on the whip. A greenish one, a light green. And this one. I only use them, eh? Yeah. I only use these little dragons as needle minders. I'm still shocked the lady doesn't sell anymore. Otherwise I would have more of them. And the most I use is this yellow one because yellow is my favorite color. With this daffodil. Stargazer says, I've been looking for longer needles and if they exist, apparently they do. Thank you for the info, Susan. I missed the message. Apparently. Sullivan's Easy Guide ball tip needle. Yeah, the ballpoint, yeah. They are expensive. The last one I bought, I actually got from Dream Stitch. That was, Susan says. Yep. They have them even longer. I think the size 40 is a bit longer. Susan says, yeah, I have a needle minder that I almost always use on all my projects. It's just a little star button, but the magnet is super strong and it just always works. Like I said, I have, yeah, and this one is I always, with my code word, with my password. This one is from KLT Designs in UK. Because I can write on it, I can just erase it, and with my whiteboard marker, I can then rewrite on it. So it's just easy. Do we have other needle minders here? Yeah, but like I'm saying, I'm always returning to my dragons. Susan says, mine says, it's size 28. I use it for everything. So maybe there is a difference in countries on the needle size. Because mine is, like I said, 37, 34 or 40. So, yeah, I don't know what the shops do with it. Wait, this is wrong. wrong color. Yep. Susan says, I believe Sullivan's is an US company. The other one I got from Etsy from France. And the ones from Etsy were the different number size like yours is. So I think it's country related. Indeed. Yeah. One, two. Susan says, I think Casa Canina has both types. Did I buy their needles? I don't think so. Most my needles come from the Netherlands, so Susan says their shipping is a lot, so I don't buy from them anymore. I had a mail today that they got 30% discount on Luca S kits. But I just bought the Lanard kit with the Peacock Muse, so yeah, I'm waiting for buying more. And like I said, I already have issues to stitch on my kits, so now I'm buying more charts again. Oh yeah. FOMO is real, eh? The fear of missing out. That's real. I even have a subscription of how it's called, Cottage Garden Samplings, the woodland animals, the paper charts. Yeah, Cottage Garden Samplings, I think it is. So each month I get my chart, and I didn't start the series even. Yeah, the first series I did, but the second series not. I have already 3 series of them. The snowman, the house series, and now the 2 series of the animals. The Year of the Wood series, that one, and now the Woodland. Susan says, I need fabric. I think that I might get it from Dream Stitch and buy some floss at the same time. They have some 18 count that was 150 centimeter wide, but I'm thinking of 20 count instead. Yeah, if it's Chinese fabric, that's not for me working. I only use Zweigart, 25 count, mostly. And I try to buy coupons. So pieces that were cut but not sold anymore, and then I buy it. Leftovers. This will bring me further away. 2, 3. And the quilting pen I use here is this one. Stila. Water erasable. It's also from the shop in the Netherlands. I had 2 of them. One is lost. But it's like this as point. It's very easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I love this one. First I used friction pens, but I really love this one, and it was also not a cheap one, but I love it. And I need to find my other one. Maybe it's next to my bed or something. Possibly when I took it upstairs and then I forgot it. The heat erase pens. The friction pens then. Yeah, that's the friction. I have the also water erasable from AliExpress, but they are not. Do we have one here? I have multiples. I tried multiples. Let me check my box. That's a pencil. No, I have not one from. This one is from Clover. But you can see. Wait, This is not. It has also a small tip. But yeah. Just drawing. Nah. This one is yeah, I had from Prim also water erasables, and then it was like I used it. I took my fabric again out of the closet and it was all gone. Yeah. And this one is from Casa Canina. But I still love the Stila one. And I think that the Stila one was made in Australia. I need to ask Anne if she knows of that brand there. Oh. See, I touched you again. 1, 2, 3. Stila. It's not Sue line, it's Stila. With a butterfly next to it. Stila. The shop said in the Netherlands it was an Australian company, so yeah. Susan said, I have a glue stick pen from Sue line. It's really good. Never heard of that one. Before I used these pens, I tried if they washed out. If they washed out, and they do. I have some friction pens used on what was it? Not hand dyed fabric, but printed fabric. And I don't get my lines out of it. So yeah, with friction pens. So that's why I changed to the water erasable ones. And I saw some people commenting that if they use the friction pens with the heat and it's getting colder, that the lines return on their framed projects. Susan says, okay, the color and the style reminded me of Sue line. Okay, maybe. I don't know. And yeah, I had that same problem with some hand-dyed fabric. I had tested it first at least. And it has to be freezing and be freezing for like a half an hour. I tested it. In your house. To get the lines back. To return the lines. Ah, I had to put it in the freezer for it to come back. Okay, yeah. I have lines I don't get rid of. Yeah, get rid of. With heat. How late is it? Oh, 1:14 in the morning. Hey, at night. Just putting it up against something cold, it didn't come back. Okay. But the lines went away as soon as I used the blow dryer on it again. Yeah, I need to try that if that would work with the blow dryer. Oh, it's very late. I have been trying to go to bed earlier. I'm failing at it. Oh, insomnia? Maybe. I'm just waiting for my husband. I don't know if I will make it until 3:30, but we will see. No, there's always just something interesting going on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But tomorrow morning, my youngest one will be early awake again. So that's the reason why I don't sleep a lot. Late in my bed and early awake. Normally when it's school, I stop at 11 p.m. because then I need to drive at 7. No, I need to be awake at 7. But yeah, after the Easter break, I need to drive to 3 schools, so it will be even. Yeah, I think 6:30. I need to be awake. As change. So now I have less driving to do. Because of school break. So I can stitch a bit more. And try to catch up a bit. The fake pin stitch. And then next color. And the cats. Ah, Belle. Belle just walked in. It's silent now. I hope the chat is still working. This is a knot. Yeah, it's still working. It was possible you were in bed, Suzanne. That would be very understandable. Of course. Oh, Suzanne says, no, I went to check something on the computer. There's some drama with my friends on the game I play. Oh. A stitching game. Hi, Abra. Ibra says, hello everyone, going through all my Stitchy magazine and pulling out anything I might actually stitch. I have too many magazines. Lol. Yeah, that's another side of sort of job. And what will you do with the other stuff from the magazines? Throwing it away? Or giving them away? Or... Flora Stitcher is back. She dropped her daughter off and now I can watch you stitch again. I'm going to work on my mini lotus flowers from Heaven Earth Designs. Yeah, the cat is outside now. Okay. It's also Heaven Earth Designs. Enjoy. Is it block stitching? Is it confetti? Is it a mix? A mixture of them? Oh, Eva is also still here. I thought you were asleep. Or are you searching? Oh, are you searching charts? Or did you buy charts meanwhile? Flora Stitches says it's mixture, but the part I'm working on now is a lot of block stitching. Okay, so that will go pretty fast. Abra says I might just package a whole year's worth and donate with a note saying some pages missing, but still a lot of great charts. Yes, great idea. Or if you go to a retreat, you can take the magazines with you. And I heard of some retreats that they have what is it? A grabbing table, so they can pick whatever they want. I have never been to a retreat. It's a shame, I know, but yeah. Or it's too far away, or it's a lot of money, so yeah. It never happened. Libra says, I have never been to a retreat either. Yeah, like the cruise from Amy Stewart, that sounded a lot of fun. But yeah. I don't have the money for that, nor the traveling to it. It was already a lot for the cruise, and then, yeah, I need to pay for the trip to the starting point, and then it would be a lot of money. Abra says, I don't have a needle workshop close to me. Nearest one is about an hour away. Okay, yeah, that's pretty decent. Massively Tiny Stitches says, I've only been to one, but it was an expensive B&B, so it was hard to manage. Yeah. And I think it's not only the trip, the retreat that you pay for, then you buy a lot of stuff too, because there are a lot of shops, hand-dyed fabrics and all that stuff. So I think It's an expensive thing to do. And Susan says, I don't think there are any close to me. I never heard one in Sweden. There was one in Switzerland a couple years ago that the Dutch stitchers did. But yeah, I didn't go then either. Okay. I will try to remember you, Kristen. Eva says it's 6:30 p.m. here. Nope, not searching charts, just memorized by your stitching. Why? It's just green. Just starting phase. I don't think I do anything different than any other stitcher. Maybe the method, but stitching is the same. So that's why a live stream is very helpful in this matter, because it's not a retreat and we can chat with each other even we are not in the same room. Susan says my friends goes to them in England. Yep, I could go to England. It's not that far, that's true, but still. I need to have a travel passport and that stuff. Plus, my husband being alone with the children, that will not be a great thing. Hello, Busy Bee Cottage. Welcome. This week, I didn't went to the bakery, and my husband went instead, and he ordered even the wrong bread. And my daughter said, "See, you can't leave us with our dad alone, because he even doesn't know which bread we eat. He doesn't know our shoe size. He doesn't know what we eat and that stuff." So yeah, he doesn't arrange anything. You do all the stuff. And that's true. That's really true. Susan says, I was just an artsy shop and I see the mini sleeping kittens and flowers so cheap too. Yeah, it's still sale. It's 20% off, but I have the regular one. Or even the large one. Probably the large one. Eva says, a retreat for me is to just have nothing to deal with. Kids, husband, pets, and housework. Just stitch all day. That sounds a dream. That sounds a dream. And Susan says, yeah, it's a bit much to leave Alex with his dad that whole time either. Yeah, we have our, when we say, purposes. We cannot leave our children alone. At least I'm not. Stargazer says, I'm listening in the background. I was on Etsy purchasing the fabric marker and needles. Oh, great. Great, we could help you. Even when I was at the hospital, when I delivered my my youngest son, my husband had to take care of the older two, and he was like, "When can you come home?" And I was like, "I delivered the baby on Friday morning with a C-section. Normally you have to stay in like 5 days." And the Monday morning at 9, so he came at Friday morning 11:08, so 8 minutes after 11. And I left the hospital the Monday morning at 9 a.m. So 9 o'clock in the morning. Because he couldn't handle the children alone. Yeah, it's that one I have, Susan. The large one. The 550 by 392. Oh, Kristen says, oh no, I just got home from work. I realized I forgot my main project at the office. I really hope I wasn't dumb and threw it out with the trash. No, that would be a disaster. Susan says, oh, Alex would love it, but I think it's a bit much how to put it on his dad. Yeah. Yeah. I always said I wouldn't raise my children alone, but in fact I'm doing it. I don't have any day off. Hi, Winrun, welcome. She's saying, hello, Stitchy people. Hope you all have a good day, evening. It's, for me, night. 1:33 at night. So yeah, I have a good night. It's break. Now I can do that. Otherwise I cannot. Then I must sleep. He's not a bad husband or a bad dad. He just cannot take care of the children himself. I do all the stuff for the children. The homework, the school, the paper filling, paying bills, order stuff, go to the shop for groceries. Yeah, the food, order the food for the pets, all the stuff. If they go to a birthday party to buy presents or gifts for the birthday person. Yeah. When I need to drive, when I need to pick them, when the trash needs to go outside, even that, I do all that stuff. And oh, it's something if I forgot something. Then it's so then I got the answer, you didn't tell me that, and I like, yeah. So I cannot forget anything. Forest Stitches says it's 4:33 p.m. here, so not even dinner time yet. Susan says, same time for me. I really should be in bed, but I don't have to get up in the morning. I can sleep in. Yeah, that's fun. Sleep in. Probably not, because my youngest one will be awake. But yeah. Today I found a paper bundle for him to fill in this break. So it's not really homework, it's playful, but he will learn something. Better than all the screen time he's getting. So, yeah. East Coast, it is 7:35 p.m. So late evening. Yeah, okay. Eva says, what's a day off? Always something that needs to be done. It's true. It's very true. But like, was it this Sunday? Yeah, this Sunday there is a cycling race with Paris-Roubaix. So I will watch that. Then I'm like, nobody will disturb me. then I'm watching that. And I said it last week too, but in fact, I was doing all the other stuff than watching the race. I just saw the end. Yeah, if you know me, you know I love to see Pogacar, his games, his cycling games. Always cycling races, better said. And he doesn't do a lot of them this year, so yeah, I need to be there. I need to be present. Abra says, my kids are 31 and 27, so there are not many play dates anymore. Probably not, but then you have probably other things they need to call you for. Yeah, probably. Abra says, I have to go and pick up some dinner. If I don't get back in time, I hope everyone sleeps sweet and has fantabulous tomorrows. Okay, thank you. And enjoy your meal. Bye bye. Thank you for being here. And I hope to see you again later or next time. Yeah. Oh, Susan. She's saying mine will be with me forever. I think it's hard and sweet too. It's hard because there will be a time that you cannot take care of them anymore. And it's sweet because you still take care of your child. So it has two sides. And I also would be worried what would happen to my children if I'm not longer be here. So yeah, the double side. Oh, Janine! I'm happy you're here. We were talking about you because you was in the live stream of Suzanne too today. Welcome. There was not a bad talking. It was good stuff. I was later today because of my row finish on 360 degrees. So, yeah. Oh, Janine says, I don't work on Friday, so I caught both of you. Great, great, great. I hope you had a great day off and you was able to stitch. Susan says, I remember reading a book when I was younger about somebody who wished for a child and ended up with a child with a development delay, and they got their wish of having a child sort of the same feeling. Yeah. 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 You always want and hope for a healthy child. I have a friend, and during the pregnancy, the child was okay. I was healthy, no issues. Then during the delivery, he got like no oxygen enough, and now he has also issues. So just during the delivery. Otherwise, it would be a healthy child. Those are like horror stories. Janine says, I stitched a little with my mom. We look forward to the time together. Which one are you working on? It's the new start I was talking about yesterday. The limited edition. This one. It's green. Born of clover and color. And it's a green girl. So I'm just here in the background stitching. And it's not printed great, but you know the image. I know I don't like green, but she is special. I will tell you why. She's from March. And the green reminds me of St. Patrick's Day. Also, this is darker in camera than on real life. My son, I told it earlier, but my son was almost born on St. Patrick's Day. And we thought he would be a girl. But he was a son. Okay, that's aside. But yeah, she's special. And she also reminds me of myself. Because I also was born in March. Not the 17th, but the 1st. Susan says, yeah, Alex was born completely normal and he had a bad reaction to his 18-month vaccines. Yeah, see, that's so unfair. If you have a healthy child and something happens and then, yeah. It's life, they would say, but yeah. Run Stitches says, not my type of stitch, but her dress is so pretty. Yeah. She hunted me. Really, she hunted me. The background was first me like, nah, I'm not stitching the background. She's a pretty girl. But then I'm not good in cropping out, so I just stitching all the stuff. She will be great. And these butterflies, and here her clover on her head and here on her dress too. So she brings good luck. And she's in a green bag. So yeah, a lot of green, even it's not my color. It's fine. I will survive. Imagine, I will survive. $38.60. Yeah, she's really cute. Janine says, you seem to stitch a lot of green, so maybe Subconsciously you like it. Lol. No. I love yellow. And I love lime green because it's close to yellow. But those darker, not really. But I love forests. I love jungles. So, yeah, I have green in my life if I want it or not. I would like to see purple jungles, but like in Daydream Tigers, that's nice. Purple leaves. But it's only a dream. In real life, they are green. When Run Stitches says, that's the joy of stitching. Everyone has different taste, and we can appreciate all the works in progress. That's true. That's very true. But I still love more animals and cats. Hi Laura, welcome. Janine says the love hearts piece I'm stitching has a lot of greens. I didn't know there were so many different greens in the DMC master set. They are. I know. I know. I wish there were more yellows, but yeah. Suzanne says, I was so over brown after doing Unicorn Valley, and then I found Thumbelina, which is pretty much brown. And what did you do? Skip her? Or started her? Maybe it was just a reminder of the Unicorn Valley. Who knows? But I think there's a difference with this one. It's not a green tree. Like, yeah. Or a palm tree or a forest tree. It's just green. So that's also a difference. Like in True Love, it's also green, but not a tree. So maybe that's a difference. It's just not a tree. When Run Stitches says, I'm working on the spring shelf of Amazing Animal Kingdom. I'm overwhelmed with green shades, lol. Which shelf is that? Is that the first, the second, or the third one? The fourth one is winter. With the snow one. Laura says, I pulled out my Randall Spangler piece after seeing you and Janine stitched on yours. Great one, with a lot of green. Susan says, I started at New Year's, I think. Thumbelina. Yeah. Yeah. I discovered I'm not the best in stitching bricks, houses. I love just animals. And yeah, I would say girls, but yeah, ladies. Like Peacock's Muse is a woman, is a lady. The Ocean Lady I have from Leonard. Then I Hold Roses is also a lady. Jungle Kitty has a lady. Indian Princess has a lady. So yeah. Janine says, I totally gave up on mine, Laura, but I need to bring the Train of Dreams back out. Definitely. Ah! When one says it's the top shelf, the one you are working on, I'm over by the elephants. Oh, that was a nice piece of that shelf. I missed that one. That elephant part went very quickly. Now I'm struggling with the end of all the greens. Like I said, it's trees. Oh, it's just green trees. That's the issue. Green trees. I already did my 1,000 stitches on it this week. But I'm behind on it. Like I said. And I don't want to make it 1,500 or 2,000 stitches a week because I will burn out on it again. So, yeah. I will just go with my 1,000, I guess. Laura says, I have a bunch of them, but I pulled out mini everything tastes better with chocolate chips. Oh, cool. That's one I don't have in my stash. There is one with the title, what? One cookie for you and 2 for me or something? It's something my son would say. My youngest one. I love the title. Janine says, the piece I'm stitching with my mom has a huge adult elephant and a baby elephant. Lots and lots of grey shades. The elephants take up about a third of the picture. I really loved to stitch that elephant. I really did. And my panda bears too on that shelf. But sky and trees, you know it by now, I think. Endless sky, Endless water, That was also the reason why I want to crop off the ceiling in a little cake shop. Endless ceiling. Rinran says, loving the elephants, but has some odd colors like purple, but it works in the long run. Yes, it does. I will stitch green tigers. And we all know tigers are not green, but it will work in the end. What color should I have stitched a lot this week? Let me think. I think green. Did 1,000 stitches on Kingdom, so green. Then I had a lot of blue last night with Circus. This morning was light colors, creamish, light brown. And now a green again. So, yeah, I think green. Rinrin says the polar bears are pink. Hopefully. We can dream of that. Pink. I even was doubting about my koala bear. But it worked out in the end. Eva says, I have to go. Love talking to everyone. Have a wonderful evening, happy stitching, and safe by you. Safe be you. Good night. Thank you for being here, and have a wonderful day still left, or evening. Oh, they are pink. Okay. Yeah, I didn't check all the animals yet. I'm just stitching the first shelf. Redmond says they are pink in Animal Kingdom. I'm working top to bottom in season by shelf. Is it also the supersized Max color version? Sometimes I wished I did that too with Kingdom. But I worked in pages. So after I finish my first shelf, I need to consider what I will do. If I will start to do the whole row, like I'm doing now. If I keep going by page, if I'm keep going down, so I have each shelf going on, I don't know yet. It is working on 18 count. What? Mine is 25. So it will be a freaking blanket. It will be. Really, it is. Mine is big on 25 count even. I'm marking off a bit. Forest Stitch says, I'm in awe of all your supersized Max colors. I would absolutely lose my mind doing that many colors. Yeah. Janine says, I want to do a supersized Max color library of cats on 20 or 22 count. I need to search where I can get fabric big enough for it though. Mine will be definitely 25 count. Again, it's my go-to. I even have my fabric already. Just waiting for my chart. There is a mistake. Uh-oh. Not too much stitches. I think 5 stitches, so that's not that bad. Janine says, then you have to start with the rest of us. Of course I will. I even have a space on my candy wheel for it. I'm having trouble seeing 25 count lately, but I can do it, but it's slow going. Yeah, then I would definitely go for a stitch count that's higher, Janine. It has to be doable and fun to do. Winruns Stitches says, dying for cross stitch sells a 43 by 60 inch gridded 20 count. I don't know if that's big enough for you, Janine. I don't know either. So I think now I have enough. Oh, I'm. Yeah, that's my fault. I twisted my thread with froggy. And new. Still stitching, I see, says Aibra. Yeah, I am still here. And reverse stitching. How wide is it going to be? I know the fabric I have available to buy is 110 centimeter wide. I don't know in that high account. I only know it in 25. Maybe Janine knows. Janine says, thanks, Rin. I have to get the dimensions of the chart when it comes out to know for sure what size to get. So, yeah. And also, Susan found 25 count was difficult, so 20 count will work very well. And then Rinrun says it will be, I assume it will be 990 wide, which is normal supersized max color size, around 750 tall ish, based on our other Amy Stewart charts. Yeah. I think Kingdom is 700. Or was it 56? You would think I would know it from head now. Of by head, but I don't know. Yeah, so need another color. 765. Yeah, so Janine says that would be about 38 by 50 inches without the excess fabric. So I don't know the centimeters. Run Stitches says of the 6 supersized Max colors Amy's I've got, not all started, it ranges from 714 to 765 tall. Yeah, I think I have the same numbers. Coloring book is 714, Circus is 714, just Kingdom is larger. I have something going on here and I don't know what it is. Did I forgot another stitch there? Yeah, when people are discussing the dimensions of the chart, I'm looking for my mistake here. Or to find my way back to it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one isn't stitched. Then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I missed a stitch here. So let's see if this now is correct. 1, 2, 3. I think so. Yeah, meanwhile it's fixed. People are talking about fabric and shops. How big it should be and if it's serged. I do it myself. Susan says, I miss the days when it was okay to order something from either the UK or the US. Now it's just way too expensive. Yep, it's very true. But we could normally buy soon from Australia. Because there the taxes will be gone. But maybe it's a lot of shipping still. Stargazer says, I would search if I had a sewing machine. I have one. I just ordered some new floss for my machine. It's only the zigzag stitch that I'm using. Tying for cross stitch is apparently an US shop in Missouri, according to Stargazer. I don't know. Susan says, I've gotten really lazy. I use some permanent stash, I think, that I have for bobbin lace ornaments. I use it on the edge of my fabric. I started doing that when I had my sewing machine away for the summer because of having out my EC, where I usually have my sewing machine. Ah, Stark. Maybe. Is it something you glue on the edges? Like glue? It's fluid? I saw it as a bottle on Casa Canina. This color is done. No, that's not it. Not that too. Ah, Stark. Yeah, so it's like the bottle I saw from Casa Canina. 38.61. Yeah. I will take that one first. Susan says I'm fading fast, so I'm going to go to bed. Thanks for the nice evening and chat. See you another time. Good night, sweet dreams. Thank you for being here. And yeah, see you again another time. Bye bye, Susan. I still need some stitches for my 500. So no bedtime yet. Rinran says I have multiples of various colors for my non-full coverage. Love them so soft. And Stargazer says I don't do too many non-full coverages anymore. I love full coverages more too. And I think I'm the only one here that doesn't like hand-dyed fabric. I just love my plain fabrics. Uh-oh, Janine says I'm back in the 1,000 shades of greens. Uh-oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Rinman says I'm probably 90% full coverage, but I like fancy ladies. Oh, I have a closet full of fancy ladies kitted up and I didn't start them. With beads and everything. After my disaster with, how is she called? The lady I have. I need to think. Lady of Mystery. Yeah, that was her name. Janine says, I've never done beads. It looks so hard. I'm scared to try it. Yeah, I think that's the thing I have to. That I would destroy my work. I mean, stitching with beads. And the paper charts. Rinran says, I'm slowly getting a chatelaine, so dang expensive. It is, and it's something I will never have in my life. My husband said that up front. That's something I will not buy you. Even like an Gecko Rouge kit for £300, he will not buy. Like the Thompson shelves? The bookshelves from Colin Thompson, I think. Stargazer says, I find it intriguing what others like to stitch on. I'm not a fancy lady person, not my forte, lol, but they are really pretty though. What are you stitching then? If you do not stitch fancy ladies and not this lady. Oh, not that. Stargazer says, I'm an Amy fan and I love Leonid Avrimov for full coverages. To name a few non-full coverages, I have a few dimension kits from years ago and a bird announcement for my daughter I'm trying to finish. Okay. Yeah, I can understand you. I have also a lot of Amy Stewart's. Leonid Avrimov, I have maybe 2 pieces, but not started. I love Bridget Ashwood. So, yeah. Sheena Pike, also one of my favorites. I'm getting closer to my goal of my 500 stitches. It will have been a night job. Abra says, I have way too many whips because I like almost everything. I am supposed to be reducing the number of whips I have, So of course I started 3 already this month. I know that feeling. I will be starting 3 this week. And I said this year I would have less starts. Yeah. Stargazers and Dominic Davison and Ede Jose Rosa, yeah. Jan Patrick Krasny for me and Amy, says Winrun. Yep, totally agree. Zero Machete. But it's also, like I said, it's a fear of missing out. So we start all the stuff because we want to stitch it, even it's not getting finished. For me, yeah. And it makes us happy. So, yeah. This is the second one I started this week. So one more to go. The first one was Fuzzy Wuzzy. Janine says, I've started a lot of new starts so far this year, but yep, it makes me happy. So that's the most, I would say, grateful rule. If it makes you happy, it's okay. And Winrun says, I can't finish what you don't start. Also true. Jessie is here again. Wow. Jumping back on, I had dinner and I'm on 150 stitches on this one. Okay, the left side. I'm almost at 500. Like 20 stitches away or so. Ibra says, well, I guess I reduced the number of projects in my waiting to start bin. So that's something. Yeah. It's really great. Great excuse. But even if you have something you want to start and you are saying no to it, in my case, I would feel miserable because I cannot start my new start because I'm not allowed. Stargazer says, absolutely true. Stitch what you love and as many as you like. And Jessie says, whoa, you are a fast stitcher. Do you think that? When did I start? 11:30. Almost 3 hours for 500 stitches. I don't know if that is fast. And I'm chatting. So normally it would be even, go faster with my audiobook. Janine says, I will never start all the charts I have, but I have options. If I want to start one of them. Okay, yeah, decent. And Forest Stitches says, I started 5 last month and 1 so far this month. My birthday is on Sunday. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to start then. Happy birthday already, an early one. My issue with birthdays is I don't know what I will start on a birthday. So I just want to start when I want to start. So not really a planned birthday because then it's not fun anymore. To me. Abra says, considering my kids will probably just toss all my whips when I am gone, I might as well make them have to work at cleaning up after me for a change. Yep. True. Totally agree. But they also can enjoy your stitching. Maybe they will finish it, what you started. Busy Bee Cottage says, I finished a piece on Sunday and started a brand new day by hand on Monday. This is only my second new start of the year. Wow, I admire your, how would you say that? You're sticking to plans. Stargazer says, how long have you been stitching? Today or when I started stitching? Today I started, I stitched in between because I had doctor appointments too, so yeah, maybe 6 hours. And in years, I started when I was 9 years old. I'm now 36. So, yeah, I can't do math now. It's too late. Forest Stitches says, you're definitely a fast stitcher. And stitching with Jessie says, she has self-control, not us, right? Nope. I don't have self-control. I just want to stitch it all. It's too... Sometimes I say, stop making beautiful charts. That would be helpful. But yeah, of course they don't stop. Or we have to wear eye folds. Yeah, that we don't see it anymore. That's what I wanted to say to Busy Bee Cottage. That's impressive dedication and control. Something I don't have. That's me adding it, Abra, not what you are saying. Forest Stitches says starting on birthday is just an excuse. Yeah. And why would I wait for another year to start something I want to start now? Yeah, life is too short. Stargazer says, I've been stitching for 38 years. So... close to me, I think. Nine, 36 minus 9. 27 years, I think. I can do math, but it's just like 36, so it's late. And Abra says, yes, but then I get frustrated because I can't stitch on them all at the same time. That's exactly how I feel. Even if I would think, oh, I need to finish, for example, this one first before I can start another one, I would go mad. I would be sad, mad, frustrated, all the things. I love my jumping around on my whips. And otherwise, I wouldn't have a floss tube channel if I would be monogamously stitcher. Then I wouldn't have enough to show you. It's also an excuse, I know. 1, 2. Like in December when you need to start a lot for like the group whip warriors, because you cannot start during the year, then you have to know up front what do you want to start. You have to do 200 stitches on it, and you have to be certain you will pick it up again in the next year. That's too much planned stuff. I like my Sweetie. When Run Stitches says, I tried to do a monogamous march, lasted 6 days. Wow, even 6 days. Okay. It was a good try, and even for me it would be too long. Janine says, I could never just stitch on one project either. I switch out about every 2 days. Okay. I have 2 whips a day. And I try not to repeat. So around, normally, if all goes well, 14 whips, 12 to 40 whips a week. Busy Bee Cottage says, I almost folded a few times, but I really wanted to finish the fox I was working on. Okay. I admire people like that. I really do. The self-control, the dedication. Yeah. Abra Dexter says, and then we add in the fact that many of us have the same problem in many different crafts, and suddenly we understand why we stay up until 3 in the morning. No. It's nothing to do with my stitching. I'm just still awake for my husband. He's working still. Normally I would sleep. I cannot say it's my stitching that keeps me awake. Stargazer says, I used to stitch on one project, but then I found floss tube, and that was the end of that. Amen. Sorry to be enablers. But I have to admit, my stash grew a lot when I played cross-stitch games like on Whip Warriors, and it was Magical Stitches, I think. And then we had to do prompt searching. So let's say you have to stitch on a whip with a dragon. Okay, so I started the whip with a dragon. You have to stitch on a whip with a boat. So then, for example, I started Once Upon a Fairy Tale because it had a ship or a boat. And so it grew very fast with all those prompts. So it's not really all my fault. Like then it had to be something with space. So like a planet. Yeah, all that stuff. And I still don't have all the things they ask for. Like now we have, what is it called? Daily 30. And then they weekly post, or yeah, it was weekly. They weekly post prompts, and then you don't have it, and then you need to start something. So that's why I also ended up with a lot of whips. Forest Stitches says, I stitched on about 15 to 18 projects a month. Okay, I am stitching on 30 a month. Albert Dexter says, stitching games are fun, but dangerous. It is. And Stargazer says, say no to games. Yeah, if you have games, like you can choose your whips, not linking to prompts, it works really good. But yeah, it didn't work that way. So in fact, I cannot be blamed because I stitched a lot on with prompts before I started my floss tube channel. Forest Stitches says, yes, floss tube is such an enabler to start all the things. It does. Let's say you need to stitch on a cupcake. You need to stitch on seafood. I've seen the most strangest things. Or it has to be a duck or animal, farm animals, fish, whatever you can think of. It was a prompt. And if you couldn't, let's say I couldn't stitch on something with a duck, then I had to double the stitches or start a new one. Or sometimes you cannot do double the stitches on another whip you want. And that made me, explode my charts and my whips. Before I did that, I had I told the story in one of the beginning of my floss tubes too. I think my first one with my whip parade. There was a period I had to sell all my cross stitch, so I had nothing left. Really nothing, not one kit. Then after a couple of years, I was able to buy cross stitch again. Then I found out that about Have the Nurse designs. And then, I started not a lot. The first one I started was Tiger Family in the Jungle. So I had nothing of stash anymore. So I had the Tiger Family in the Jungle started as a regular. After 17,000 stitches, I binned it because there was something wrong with my fabric. And then I restarted later, but that's like, months later, the supersized max color. Jessie says, if you don't mind my asking, why did you have to sell it all? Well, we had a lot of debts. There was a debt collector coming, and it was a way of trying to keep it away, but it didn't work out that way. So we had to sell everything. We had to sell everything we had. So for years I couldn't stitch. I just started then to crochet. So then I started to make amigurumi, but for charity goals. So I got my yarn from them, and I just sent the things I made to them back. After that, then I had my children. So in 2017, I found Heaven and Earth designs, but I had nothing from stash, not one kit, not one fabric, even no floss. I had nothing. So then, we paid all the debts. We were debt free. Then I had my son, and then I started to collect from Heaven and Earth designs and sales and everything, and it went better. So then it's exploded. In all the years I couldn't stitch. Yeah, it was very hard. So my first Heaven and Earth I started was Tiger Family in the Jungle, the regular one. Then I binned it. And then I had the dragon, water dragon, the mini, Miss Pipa, but Miss Pipa is on my wall. She's called Peppermint Snowman. She's retired from Heaven and Earth Designs. And then I started Rainbow Tiger. And that was all the 4 Heaven and Earth Designs charts I had at that time. 4. And then I found Pain Free Crafts, and the first chart I got there was Mars and Venus. Super size, because I got it from a Dutch stitcher. She sent me the chart, and they all collected money, so I could buy chart and floss for that one. So that was in fact the first start of my new collection. And I'm very grateful for what they did for me. And floss, yeah, I use a roll embroidery floss because of the expensive. It's cheaper. It's Chinese floss. It's good quality and it works. So Abra says floss is getting so expensive. Getting up a chart is costly these days. Yeah, that's why I'm using my Chinese floss, just the master set. And I don't really kit up. I just take from that set and I fill. And I refill when I'm going. So like today, I did a refill on 640. Because it was almost empty. Like I said, I said it today earlier in my live stream. What I learned is I buy a lot. You see, I buy charts, I buy fabric, but I try to buy coupons, so it's cheaper. So coupons are leftovers that shops are selling because they cannot sell a big piece anymore. So I buy that instead. Or charts in sale. What else? Floss I get from AliExpress, so that is China. But I do that with all the stuff. So not only for my cross-stitch stuff, I'm doing that with shoes. Like I bought shoes for my daughter, but those were both discounted. So sometimes I'm hours busy just to compare where is the cheapest shoe and which shop I have the same shoe, but it's cheapest. Yeah. Like my husband would say, oh, I go to the first shop I know, I buy that shoe, that pair of shoes, and that's it. He would buy the full price. But for me, it's like a kind of sport to look which shop sells the same shoe at a cheaper price, and then I will buy it. That's how I live now. Like a sale hunter. Rinrun says, I have to stay off Heaven and Earth Designs when they are having a sale. I have too many, lol, too tempting. Yeah. Sometimes I buy nothing. Like now I did buy something, but not really much. I did then more giveaways. I get some support on the Ko-fi. Yeah, I would say the Ko-fi website, but not a lot. So I still pay for others. But it's like, yeah, the price I pay for my FlossTube channel and my Facebook group. But I also want to feel others, I would say, happy that they could get the chart as free. Because of the fact when I couldn't buy anything, there were people still giving me a chance to stitch. So I want to give that back to the community. Forest Stitcher is using a master set too, and Janine is saying, I just found out about Stitches So Beautiful this year, and they have beautiful charts. They do. But yeah, they all have beautiful charts. And like I'm saying, I have 3 children. We have one income for my husband. He is doing multiple jobs. But I'm the sale hunter, the discount hunter. And sometimes I have to say to my children, I cannot buy it now. You have to wait until I can. That's life. And I'm just honest with that. Like, for example, they went to the trip, the fair park, my teenagers, but I didn't go, my husband didn't go, and the youngest one didn't go. They did it with a sort of daycare for teenagers, and it was cheaper to doing it like that than going with the whole family. So in fact, they had fun, they liked it, and it was cheaper for us to do, because otherwise we couldn't pay it. We couldn't afford it. Yeah. Stargazer says, I bought the clover chart on the release date, so that's my newest Heaven Earth designs. Yeah, it's really great. That's one that's not in sale, so that you have to pay the full price. But otherwise, I would wait for the sale. You could say you bought today the Cross Stitch Studio one. Yes, but I am a member, so I have my 20% discount. So like I said, all I do is search and try to pay as less for all the stuff. Yeah. I said before with my pet food too. I order in the Netherlands because it's there cheaper than here. Plus the shops won't have the food I need. So yeah, and from my floss tube channel or something, I don't get money. Eh? I don't have advertisements on it, so I don't have any money from it. And the world is all about money. Yeah. Janine says you wouldn't think it, but cross stitch can be pricey. It's easy to get carried away. Yep, that's true. That's very true. That's why if I don't have fabric, I don't start. That's simple. And a chart is easier bought than a kit. Like I bought the Peacock Muse kit, but it was also 20% discounted. So yeah. It's all about discounted. I have my 500 stitches, by the way. So this is now 0.60% completed, and it will be, yeah, the end of my stitching session for today. Laura says, I like Sea Cottage in a bubble from Stitches So Beautiful, but I think I will wait for a sale. Yeah, when would be the next sale? Mother's Day, I think. Here is Mother's Day, the 10th of May. Yeah, 10th of May. But I do that a lot, just waiting and see. And if I cannot buy anything, I don't buy anything. And if I can, and yeah. Janine says, it's looking good. I like how you're going block by block across. Yeah. Yeah, it's really looking great. And there's no tension lines in between, so that's also good. This is a regular size stargazer. I will show it once again. It's this one. 490 by 650 with 90 colors. See, here's the price I paid for my fabric. So it was 70 by 100 centimeter, and I paid 20.70 euro for it. So it's not from cut from a wool itself. Laura says, do you ever get tension lines between the rows? No, I didn't. No, because you are stitching further. Like here I stitch further, but I'm still filling in the gaps now. I had sometimes tension lines when I was stitching diagonals. I saw the mini clover her face stitched, and it was also great. I was in denial for the super size max collar. Nope. Laura says, I meant when you drop down to the second row. Nope. This way, the horizontal lines you never get. It's almost the vertical lines. I don't know why it's like that. I first stitched with royal rows, so with 2 blocks high, and I never got tension. The horizontal lines. Born of. I'm filling in my Excel sheet now. Laura says, I got tension lines when I first did 25 count and never went back, but I want to try it again. Yeah, it's just a learning curve, I think, the tension. On Ada fabric, it's not that bad if you pull very hard, but in even weave you will see it. So it's just learning how far you can pull. bone of clover and color. And we did 500 stitches. Yeah, I'm really good on track for this month. We are now already the 11th of April, but I just filled in my stitch count for today. So for the 10th, so I'm at 9,830 stitches in 10 days, so almost 10,000 stitches for 10 days, so that's great. I started 2 projects so far, and I stitched on 16 whips. Good night, Stargazer. Thank you for being here and for the nice chat. Yeah. Some inside information. So here you see it. This is an Excel sheet you can buy on Etsy. What's this seller called? It's something with rainbow. Rainbow cross stitch sheet or something. So 9,830 stitches so far this month. 10 days stitched. 2 projects started. Yeah, finishes. It's not in my dictionary. And I worked on 16 projects so far. And then here it's a list on all the whips I stitched. So this is like a summary. And then you can see per day how many did you stitch and on which project. And if it's a new start, it gets another color. Even the amount of stitches get different colors. It's a great Excel sheet, by the way. And then on the summary, this is great for like floss tube purposes. Wall. Because then you can see how many projects you start this year. I worked on 46 projects so far, and I did 82 days of stitching. So my highest stitching month was so far March with 24,625 stitches. I have a total stitches of today with 56,805. And my highest stitching day was the 31st of March with 1,600 stitches. So then you see, a calendar with how many stitches you did on each day. And then we have the monthly summary. So that's started, finished, worked on. See, in March I worked on 29 whips. And then per month, how many stitches you did, how many each week. These weeks are not like the calendar weeks. I don't know why, but this doesn't match my weeks. And then you see per whip how many stitches you did yearly. So let's say, for example, the first one here is 360 degrees of cats and dogs. I did so far 2,450 stitches. Say Animal Kingdom got 7,879 stitches. So yeah, that sheet is awesome. That worksheet. So the coloring book afternoon got 5,045 stitches. Tomorrow another 500. So yeah, cruising got 4,000. The one for my youngest son was night at the circus. Here, 4,700. So I love this sheet. And I still have a lot that I didn't work on, of course. but yeah. Janine says you did the most stitches on my birthday. Happy belated birthday then. Yeah. I love this sheet. And every day I fill this in. And I'm using this for my floss tube videos too. It's mostly green in numbers. Because I'm doing the 500 range, it's mostly green. See, even these 1000 stitches I did on one day is green. So, yeah, it's all green numbers. Catherine says, where did you get the sheet? On Etsy. Can I find it? Where is Google? Etsy. It's a great sheet. I use it now. I think it's my second year I have it. And you buy it one time and you can use it each year because at first you just make a copy and at the first page you select another year and you can start over. Rainbow cross stitch sheet normally. If I can find it. It's almost 2 years ago I bought that one, so here, it's this one. Rainbow Sheets Studio. And it's a sale. Here. Rainbow Sheets Studio. Yeah, I have just mine in the black background, but it's the same one. This one only can have 100 projects, but I sent the owner a message and mine can have 400. So if you want to have one that can have more whips, you just send a message and you get one that has 400 whips. I didn't find in mine. So that's new, I think, this page. Yeah, that's new. I don't have that. The project timeline, yes. The summary. Is it a planner? What is it called? Yeah, cross stitch planner. This is at the cover page. Ibra says, I have that worksheet somewhere. I'm not very good with digital stuff. I'm a paper planner girl at heart, I guess. Yeah, I thought so too. But this is easy. Like, I'm finishing up my project. I just open my sheet. I fill in that number and done. If I use a paper planner, I still have one. But it's just for the floss tube video that I'm writing down how many I did. And what's the ending percentages and how many stitches I did. But otherwise all the stuff is here because I just fill in one number a day or two, and at the end of the year I have all all my summary together. I don't need to do math. I can see per whip how many I did, when I did. That's for me easiest. Even when you do a whip parade, this is very handy. Oh yeah, and I was just thinking to say, so let's say the new year comes, then I just take a copy of this empty one, so the first one I bought, and then you can fill in, where is it? Somewhere the year of, was it here? Yeah, here, the year. And then you fill in another year. And then it changes. Let's say 2027. And will it now change or not? Probably not, because I started in 2026. Yeah, because I already filled in. So let's say I have an empty sheet, then it will change, of course. Ebert Dexter says, give me a planner and a bunch of fiction pens and I'm in color-coded project tracking heaven. Well, I have color blindness, so for me this works the best. And maybe for other people too, yeah. But I agree, I love paper too. Otherwise, oh yeah, and another thing you have here, I forgot to show you, was project plan. So I have currently 256. Then worked on, started, finished, and day stitched, and then projects by status. So if you say I'm not stitching on angel rows, I just set it on hold, and then it gets into another category. So you have here not started, in progress, finished, and on hold. Yeah. I think it's like that. Yeah. Like I said, I have my my paper planner too, but it's not that detailed, as in how many stitches per whip I did yearly. Libra says, I love all the digital data type stuff. I just am rubbish at actually using it. Well, I have had 20 planners, and this one is the one I use every day. The digital one. Oh. This is my cross stitch one. My floss tube one. Here. This is my floss tube one now. First I just used a notebook. So let's say the one I did last week. Yeah, that's this one. See what it was? So just saying how many it did and the ending total and then the percentages. That's all I'm writing down for my floss tube. And this is trying sort of to get it planned. But sometimes, like here, I had to switch out. So yeah, and then I'm writing down here for floss tube how many did. Like new start. Oh. Like today I did a row finish. So then I'm writing here a row finish, 360, and it did 600 stitches. It was 44,500. I don't know the ending number. Here it is, 178,500. And then the percentages was 24.93%. So that's how I just fill in. And it's not all filled in yet. Yesterday I stitched on my son's. And then today we had born of clover and color. So, and S, new start. And that was out of 18,500. So 0.16%. So that's how I fill in for my floss tube videos. So nothing special effect. And color coding, yeah, it's not possible. Yeah. So it works. More questions? Janine says, I use Stitch Ball, but I don't really like it. The rainbow sheet looks way better. Yeah, I had once started with Stitch Ball, but then all my photos got deleted. So I had not one photo even left. And then I said, no, it's not working for me. Oh. So I know people like paper and all that stuff. Me too. I am the first one who loves pens and papers and planners. Otherwise, I wouldn't buy like 20. But yeah, it needs to work out. And for mat and floss tube, that sheet works the best for me. And I paid it one time and I reuse it every year. So that was also cheap. Toasty. And it's all finished. Oh, my husband is here. Ah, yeah. It's his time. So then I will finish up here. We had a nice chat. We had a nice stitching session. So yeah, I can all say thank you for being here. And I hope to see you again another time. Happy stitching. And see you later. Bye bye.